Okay, looks like we should be live on Twitter and YouTube. All right. And I will do a recap of our plan for the day. We left off on getting schemathesis going. I've called it schematosis before. Like something that ends in osis is typically like an affliction. Schemathesis is to validate the open API spec that we've got, and we've got some issues. A bunch of errors. A big one seems to be around auth, so it's not picking up our auth properly there. And we likely have some more flaws with how we're doing our request response stuff in relation to how we do our request response stuff. So that's the thing we need to fix and get going. So yeah, let's at least switch over. Let me refresh the Twitter chat just in case. And dude, hold on. Before we get too deep, this shit's crazy, man. Hold on, let me find it. It was... Posted this somewhere for work. Yeah, Int Cyber Digest. Dude. Right? This is crazy, dude. Right? Grok build CLI was uploading entire Git repositories to a Google Cloud bucket, private code bases and unredacted secrets included. The uploads quietly stopped via a hidden server-side flag, and XAI still has not said a word about scope retention or deletion. The scale is staggering. On a 12 gigabyte test repo, 5.1 gigabytes flew out the door to XAI's Grok code session traces bucket, while the actual coding task needed just 192K. The tool grabbed whatever repository it ran in, not the files it needed. The fix arrived as a hidden flag. Disable codebase upload. True. A day after a researcher's wire level analysis. The improve the model opt-out never stopped the uploads. Still no advisory, no scope, no word on whether already uploaded code gets deleted. For anyone pointing AI coding agents at proprietary code, what crosses the wire matters more than what the settings page says. Like, dude. Fucking dude. And then, I guess there's a follow-up now. Elon Musk says SpaceX AI will delete all user data uploaded to the company before now as a precautionary measure, one day after a researcher's wire-level analysis showed the Grok build CLI shipping entire private repos, unredacted secrets included, to a Google Cloud bucket. The pledge came in an X post. Still no advisory, no timeline, and no way for affected developers to verify deletion. And deleted or not, any credentials that left the machine still need to be rotated. As a precautionary measure, all user data, right? Does anyone actually believe him? Like, seriously. Does a single fucking soul believe him? I mean, yes, idiots do. Like, right? Like, come on, man. And hey, what's up, Tiny Viking? How you doing over on the YouTube? Yeah, yesterday he was calling Sam Altman a thief. Today his own company is doing way fucking worse. Yeah, the hypocrisy of it all. Every accusation is a confession from these kind of assholes, right? From an asshole like Elon, every accusation is a confession. So who's this Andrew Milich dude? I want to read his post, but they just screenshotted it. I do not believe that either. He's just fucking doing damage control. I do not fucking believe them. Yeah. Zero chance they didn't know about it. They had a flag built ahead of time just for that. Like, dude. And you were just scared that Grok would add truth to your code. Oh, wait. Nope, it'll just be on some other server. He's going to scrape it and train on all that shit. Luckily, we can just poison the database with our bad code. Or with my bad code. There's a big difference between storing what was necessary to do the work and scraping your entire code base. Trevenge. Especially when there's a setting for zero data retention. That zero data retention was not honored. Right? Who the fuck trusts this company? Like, it's insane, dude. It's insane to me. Like, how many times do they gotta fuck you? Like, dude, how many times? Yeah, I don't trust any of them either, really, but you can just do a wire analysis and see what goes over the wire. At least security researchers have done similar for other platforms with a zero data retention policy, and they're not scraping your entire fucking code base. And then Sir Elfman, your company caught your source code in Claude output verbatim. You think they want to settle before going to court? Yeah, because that court case would be very damaging. I would prefer not to settle, just to fuck them a little bit, you know? If it were me. But it would be an expensive court case to fight. The dude's a fucking trillionaire. On paper. Or close enough to it. Grapevines say the money is too good. Yeah. For scraping all of that fucking data, they will make a 1000x return on any fucking, fines or lawsuits they have to settle out of band, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That Dave Ramsey guy sounds like a real fucking scumbag at this point, right? Who is he again? What does he do? This fucking dude. He's probably invested, right? Is this the one? He does a financial advice show. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, he hates credit cards. Oh, interesting. Okay. Try Unkey. I looked at it. Their pricing doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to go outside of the network for something that lives on the hot path. Yeah, sourced and sold. I just can't justify like a service like Unkey. It makes zero fucking sense to do a trip across the internet for fucking API key validation. Same reason why I wouldn't outsource like auth, you know? It makes zero fucking sense. It's bad engineering. It's for people that aren't capable of doing it themselves. Yeah, I don't know who this dude is. Yeah, yeah, I think they're all really just a terrible idea. Sorry. The only reason you might go for that stuff is if you need SAML and OIDC. And even then, you can just run Keycloak. You can just run Keycloak locally. Yeah, they are a bad idea. They're bad engineering, in my opinion. It's why I have flat out never considered any of those companies, even though some have reached out trying to get me to DevRel for them. You know? Right? Stitch. Like all of these fucking auth as a service providers. Okta, Auth0. Even, I mean, at least Cognito's within the network, right? So if you're doing AWS infrastructure, Cognito's just right there. But even then, it's a fucking pain in the ass to deal with. Anytime you want to do something significant with Cognito, you're going to have to go through the API anyway, rather than using their fucking hosted platform. And at that point, why not just build it yourself? Sir Elfman, he hates debt in general, tells people to pay off 50-year-old debts or something. That's insane because debt falls off your record for like after 7 years. Unless it's fucking student loan debt. Or the IRS. But okay, let's get more music going. And yeah, so Tiny Viking, you're doing well. You're on the road, so you'll just be lurking while driving. Tiny Sail from Twitch. Oh, okay. Yeah, what up, Tiny Sail? How you doing? Let's see. So, music-wise. And here's the thing. I really like the Unkey idea, right? Some of their articles have been really fucking good about just like what it means to make a good API key. Things like that. Like, good stuff. The people seem pretty cool. You know, the James Perkins dude and the other guy, Cronarch. They seem really nice. I can't justify putting something like API key authorization and authentication, right, and going outside my network. I can't justify putting that on the hot path. It just makes zero sense to me. Why would you introduce almost like a minimum 100 milliseconds to every fucking request? It's just bad engineering. Oh, well, you could solve it with caching. Yeah. There's only two hard problems in programming. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. Shit. You're saying about like, well, I mean, just make your keys and this even applies to, I think personally, like it applies to like type IDs, like using IDs in your database, right? So if you're going to do UUIDs, you might be better off doing type ID. Oh, not. Yikes. Hold on. right? So number one, they're case sortable like a UUID V7 or 8, I forget which one, V7, sure. But you have a prefix on it, so it's easy to identify when you're looking at traces and logs and things like that, right? So similar idea to your API keys. So unkey log, and it's going to be pretty old because it's one of their earliest blog posts, I think. They don't post that much, which is nice. The UX of UUIDs, right? So basically this, because in general, an API key is similar, right? An API key is similar to a UUID in that you need to be able to identify one key versus another. It's just a better user experience and ergonomic. Right? So if you're doing this, well, that's really annoying. But also just having keys in your ENV or wherever where maybe you just pasted it into the wrong place. How do you know? Right? So identifying your API keys follows basically the same pattern as good UUIDs as well. Right? Similar to how Stripe does their stuff for APIs. You still want to do it for keys as well. But yeah. All right. I figured it was good to start the stream off with a bit of a rant. Don't tempt me with a good time. All right, so the part we left off on. And yeah, does Unkey actually do API validation stuff? Because I'm not sure they do for that, right? But I think my title here on Twitch is building an API key system. Yeah. And honestly, we're already done with the API key system sourced and sold. Now we're just validating the API for customers using the API keys to make sure that we're telling the truth, right? Yeah, exactly. I also wouldn't be able to justify the cost. I think they're at least a little better cost-wise, pricing-wise, compared to some of those other auth as a service things. Here we go. Right, so 1,000 API keys. Yeah, I wouldn't hit that for a long time. 150,000 valid requests a month. Yeah, unlikely I'd hit that for a long time. At $25, it's not terrible actually. And you can ramp it up. So if you have 1 million requests a month, it's 75. It's honestly, the pricing isn't that terrible. It's just the idea of doing something like this outside, going outside your network for something on the hot path. It just, I can't justify it. Every time I think about it, it just makes zero sense to me. Livery. I have not seen that one. Oh, okay. It's like a theming tool. This, I mean, I get it. It just doesn't seem to be like, if you're building a design system, how many different themes are you even going to have? Oh, I get it. Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, and similarly, yep. There is. Oh, hey, headless headhunter, Mister Sir. Dude, I liked that short that you did on LinkedIn, where you're talking about like you don't want to try and stand out. You just want to hit the keywords, right? You just want to make sure you're matching whatever automated system they're going to be passing your resume through. Yeah, that was a good one. I really like that. Right? You don't want to get too crazy with layout, because some layouts are harder for those ATS systems to actually read. Right? So yeah, it gets tricky. About North Korean spies? All right. Seems a little outside your typical range, but that's fine. And yeah, we're just now getting started here on my stream. I stayed up way too late last night working on some work stuff. At least I was doing it right. I wasn't just getting shit faced. But yeah. Yeah, yeah, went and did a walk and some of that stuff, and it was nice. But yeah, hold on. There's a big problem of North Korean spies trying to get into American companies, and part of a recruiter's job is stopping them. Ah, okay. Yeah, because there's I wonder, there's been the stories of like some prominent people being used as like a proxy for someone else, and I wonder if that was actually nation state stuff, not just scammers, not just people trying to do like the overemployed thing. Right? There was like stories of people like doing a bunch of that, right? Hey, what's up, Burger? How you doing? Can't stay for long. Yeah, I know it's late where you're at. Appreciate you though. And then Bob, yeah, the hot path and limiting the dependencies on it is something that you think you need to think about more. Yeah, I mean, the hot path needs to be fast, but it's not necessarily about dependencies. It's more about like where are those requests, going. And yeah, no worries, Headless Headhunter. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Yeah, have a good one. Probably see me Monday as you're taking Wednesday and Friday off to do some work. Sounds about right. Yep, no worries. And yeah, Burger, you got to get up early. Yeah, no worries. There you go, the bread. Yeah, another one. You could be like, how do you feel about Taiwan? Right? There's a few of those you can do. Damn, that's the way to filter out nation states at this point, huh? Ask them stuff that they'll go to jail for answering wrong. Probably wouldn't work, but that's fun. But yeah, later, Headless. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing we are doing is we built an API key system. And yeah, I have some messages to get to that were mentioned just before the raid. Oh yeah, I know what I was saying there. It was about theming. But yeah, we're building. Technically, the API key system is already done. We built it. We're good. I haven't like updated the title here on stream. So we've got API keys, we've got theoretically authentication going. The part we're doing now is there's this thing called schemathesis. Not schematosis, which I've said wrong before. And yeah, what up, Kid Corona? How you doing? And the idea is it's a CLI tool or a Python tool, basically, to scan your OpenAPI documentation and run tests using that documentation against your actual API. So we ran that, and we've got a bunch of errors. There's 50 of these things that are returning 401, 403, so like our authentication's broken, and it's saying that we have an unused OpenAPI auth, right? My thought is that we configured an env var for it, and it's technically not an env var, it's in some other config, right? It's a local API key, so I'm not worried about it. Like, oh no, I'm leaking it. But for some reason, it doesn't seem like it's being used. So we got to figure out why. Maybe I just need to pass this TOML to the CLI when we run it. Something like that, maybe. But let me just catch back up on some more chat. Lazarus and what the process is for them to even become one, it's very interesting. They get educated only in China, and then they're imported right back into North Korea, right? And most likely with stipulations of, if you don't come back, things will happen to your family, right? So that's fun. And yeah, Bob, just really, yeah, the hot path, I care more about just the latency of going outside the network. If you're hitting a microservice that's within your network for API key stuff, that seems fine, right? You know, like just how much latency are you adding to your, and auth is your hot path for basically everything, right? For any authenticated API. So at that point, like, yeah, you got to just really think about, is it worth possibly a trip across the internet to some provider for something as simple as like OAuth or something as simple as API keys? No, it really isn't. It's not that hard to build, you know? Now, one thing, I don't think I have an expiration built in yet. Let me double check that. We do have an expiration. We don't have the cron job for it. So yeah, that's a good thing to remind myself about. So yeah, here. Make sure we are deleting key API keys. Or maybe not deleting, but disabling after their expiration. And actually, let me double check. I don't think we actually do have an expiration. Because this isn't like some crazy infrastructure. We aren't doing expiration. So we should add that eventually. So yeah, we should add expiration to API keys. We should make sure we are checking if the key is disabled during our plug. And yeah, so this part we've actually done. Oop. Generating the API docs we've done, but validating we haven't. All right, cool. So then let me double check. All right, so sourced and sold, you have a question. And, ooh, nice, 85 stream streak. Hell yeah, Brainless. Thank you for the subs as well. Olavo, Mr. Sir. I think there was another I missed too, right? Maybe not. And Bob. Hey, Bob. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. And wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If y'all have a Prime sub and you haven't used it, I'm kidding. You don't have to use it here. But do make sure that you are using your Prime sub on any stream you do like. Because why would you let Bezos keep that money? He's rich enough. So if you got a Prime sub, make sure you're using it. Not a big deal if you don't use it here, but make sure you're using your Prime subs. You're going to lose it next month again when you go to Europe? I mean, you can watch stream in Europe. You can totally watch stream in Europe. And it'll be even better because I stream like, you know, kind of late night European time. More so than later for you. So, you know, like as you're like wrapping up to go to sleep, I'm just getting started. So the awesome music can soothe you. No, it's all right, man. I'm not worried about it. Currently, it's Brazilian prime time. Really? I always feel like I see more Spanish streams like towards when I'm ending. 7 p.m.? Okay. Interesting. So the people I see streaming when I'm like ending in a few hours, they're like late night streamers. Okay, that makes sense. All right, and then what else did I miss? Okay. Yeah. You have a question for me. Do I think letting an AI agent run free on your code base is bad? Because, you know, I use AI occasionally, but you're just curious if I think I'd be more ahead if I were to just use agents. It depends, Sourced. Like, I don't let it run on things that I need to be able to understand and edit. We have done it for all sorts of other stuff, right? You know, Gitbench was fully vibe coded. Oh, and hold on, we should edit that command. That is no longer a valid URL. And Gitkraken is now the main source. The main source code. But yeah, sourced and sold. So I do vibe things, right? And even for Messijo, some of the front end stuff has been vibed. Like, totally, no problem. But as far as like the back end, I still need to know. Like, I still need to understand the code base. I need to have a mental map of it. And honestly, I need to keep my chops. Right? The more you outsource to dev, the less you're able to use your diffuse thought process to really like think about how to solve a problem. Problem solving skills are still necessary, you know? Now, I do think there are certain things I would happily let an agent kind of run loose on. That would be maybe having like a heartbeat to pull down exceptions that Sentry has caught and to generate pull requests to fix them. Yeah, I would totally do that. And we will probably set that up here at some point. We should probably get that going right after we do this other stuff. I also think it would be interesting to get some kind of like, to me, there are parts of like building an application that I think AI would be really great at. Like trying to see, like, if we were to add some kind of like real user monitoring that like sees a user's flow through the application, like directly after sign up or whatever. If we could see that and turn an agent loose on it and have it try and help us optimize the onboarding flow or something, that would be incredibly worthwhile too. I think there's other things that could be automated as well. So I don't know, right? It's just, it's not an all or nothing thing. And I still fully believe that if you care about a code base, you should be very minimal in how you use AI for it. It just so happens that we're discovering a lot of companies don't actually care about their code base, which is why everything is getting so much buggier these days. Humans write bugs too, but I don't know. Yeah, something to it. And then finally, sourced and sold. I think you were the one talking about the styling thing, right? Livery or whatever. So yeah, theming I think is going to be important because we turned this thing called DocDuck loose. Let me see if we can just like do it, right? So yeah, right? Highlight something, do a thing, right? But this is just so out of place. And there's no like theming capabilities. So we're going to look at how we could possibly like override those themes. And if not, we're going to have to build our own. But this is a thing built by a friend, and I wanted to at least give it a shot so they can have the feedback for it. And what's up, Granick? How you doing? Yeah, we can push bugs to prod faster. Yeah, I think here's another thing. I'd love to be able to configure. Oh, did I open this thing by accident and I don't care enough? Well, yeah, let me just get rid of it. Like, why does the click outside not work? I'm not sure what you're asking. What's the context, poorly drawn? I see. Yeah, the people who are effective developers are more effective with AI or are more effective at using AI, right? Like, if you don't know what good code looks like, how can you possibly judge what any of these other things are going to do? All right, so let's look at the schema thesis docs. And I forget. Hold on. 64 Nick. Is your name pronounced Panic? I can't remember. If you've said this before, it's not a good thing, man. Just Nick. That's right. That's right. Just Nick. Yeah, you've said that before too. My bad. All right, so what we're trying to do is yeah, we don't need to do this part. What I'm wondering is, do I need to pass the path to my config? It's a good one. It's an amazing picture. Poorly drawn. It depends on what you're hosting. There is no universal answer. And Flask isn't a like. I don't think you understand the difference between a proper web server and an application framework or an API framework. Like if you're running Flask, you probably still want Nginx in front of it, as an example. They are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, so it. Interesting. I don't even see a setting. Twitter costs like 10 grand a month to get any reasonable amount of data. Reddit doesn't open that stuff up. And we do Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters at this point. We'll add more, but other platforms is not the thing to fix, right? There's other businesses that do all the platforms. What we need to do is we need to solve at least one platform way better than them. Adding another platform isn't going to get us customers, right? Because most of the other providers for this thing are super expensive, like mention.com. They're like $600 a month. If you need Blue Sky and you want the feature we provide for making Blue Sky easier to ingest, it's only $20 a month. It's actually only 10 if you want to go super cheap. It's not like it's a one or the other. You can use us and them, and then you realize that you get a better experience and better results from us, maybe. That has value. But if we can't sell to people who already pay for something like that at a way higher price point, then it doesn't matter if we go and add other platforms. And we're niching down specifically for tech. So I could have sworn I saw another way for them to do this, but I guess not. So here we're doing auth OpenAPI, API key auth there, right? And that doesn't seem to be doing what we wanted. So I think instead we could try and do this. And see if schema thesis runs better that way. Oh man, that was a quick album. Let's do another. You just haven't been here long enough, Nick. I don't use much AI for, and we were just saying this, but maybe you weren't here for it. I don't use much AI for things where I care about the code base. That includes the dashboard and the API for Messijo. For other things, I've completely vibed, like the entire damn thing. Like Gitbench. So it's not an all or nothing thing. In general, the all or nothing people are insufferable on both sides. Right? The people who will never touch code themselves by hand again, boy, they suck. They are just miserable to talk to. Same thing with the, I'm never going to use AI because I'm an artisan and I blah, blah, blah. Like, those people are really fucking lame to talk to as well. Right? It's like nuance to them is a 4-letter word. And that's actually more accurate of a statement because they probably can't even spell nuance. The AI I'm paying for. I currently pay for, I think I have a window open for this. Could have lost it by now. Nope. Nope. I may have closed that window? Oh, nope, here it is. So yeah, I'm paying for Olama. I'm paying for Minimax. I had OpenCode for a while. I do not use Claude anymore, and I'm paying for Codex. They're all only at like the $20 tier. I find between those three, I get pretty decent results. I don't know, Granick, try it. Try it. Don't let other people make decisions about stuff like that for you. And that's fine. If you do find yourself going over the open code limit, the Olama subscription is quite good. Right? $20 a month, and you get access to, now let's look at the list. Right? Like, Ornith, GLM52. There's a bunch of models to try out. GLM52 so far is some of the best, like, open model results I've gotten for coding stuff. Minimax M3 is quite good as well. And I tend to opt for Minimax M3 when I'm going to be dealing with anything that involves like screenshots, because GLM 5.2 doesn't support images as input. Sourced, I'm using codecs. Did you not listen? I have codecs when I need it. That's fine. Just letting you know. I feel like that's a bit of a leading question you asked, though, too, right? But damn, 5 a.m. Where is that? Is that... It's not Germany. Asia. Okay. Got it, got it. Like Thailand? Or India? And you don't have to say. Sorry. Not India. Okay. Yeah. My bad. My bad. You don't have to say. Sorry. Vietnam. Oh. Good morning, Vietnam. Havoc saying? You switched to Claude? I'm curious. And hey, what's up, Varley? Welcome back. Yeah. I was worried that I scared you off the other day. So, poorly drawn. You are poorly considering these tools against each other. Next.js is not an API framework. Flask, if you're doing server-side rendering and like templating, you're probably fucking up because it's a bad experience. Flask should be your API, and that's about it. If you're rendering templates, you're delivering a worse user experience to your users. Same goes for Laravel, unless you're doing their fancy whatever stuff, right? That does like the JavaScripty things. Havoc. Yeah. You should probably keep exercising the brain. It's not literally a muscle, but it kind of acts as one. If you don't use it, you lose it. But yeah, poorly drawn. That 2x to 3x, you're comparing apples to oranges. That is a really bad comparison, and it kind of hints that you're just not that good of an engineer. And I think you misunderstand. Next.js can absolutely do navigation patterns and front-end stuff that would be a huge pain in the ass to do with Flask. You're not building a really robust application with Flask templates. It's not happening. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. Flask is an amazing API framework. Use it for that. Anything else, you're probably fucking up. So Nest.js as an API framework? Yeah, any proper API framework is fine. Next.js is a terrible API framework. Do not use it for your backend. You can use it for a backend for front end, in which the BFF lives as a middleman between your front end and your actual API server. You would do that maybe to reduce the amount of requests the front end has to make to your BFF, and then the BFF is gluing together things from the API, like multiple requests and jamming together the payload and maybe reducing the amount of stuff over the wire. Right? That is the only proper use case for Next.js backend stuff. Or bullshit marketing sites where you just need a form submission. Even then, you can do a statically made site and just add an API endpoint via Vercel, Cloudflare, Netlify, etc. And you don't even need Next. Right? You can just do static rendering and you're fine. And before you even say that, poorly drawn, I know you're thinking it, static doesn't mean non-dynamic. Static simply means how it's initially rendered. You can add dynamic stuff on top after the JavaScript is loaded in. Like Astro. All right, so we ditched at least one warning, which is cool. So that might have been the fix. Hold on, let me go back and we'll save this just real quick. I want to double check that we reproduce those other warnings. Yeah, okay, so we ended up increasing failures, but we decreased errors and warnings. So yeah, that's the move there. Well, number one, Dread.js is out of date, so it doesn't fully support OpenAPI version 3, and especially not version 3.1. So we'd have to like bring it up to date. It is basically abandoned at this point. It is stale, and we'd have to fork it and make it work. I have used Dread.js a bunch in the past. We're giving Schema Thesis a try just because it's new and it's actually maintained, and it does some stuff differently. Like so far, this is all without us having to write a single hook like we would have to do for Dread, right? So it's at least giving us a little bit of like some of the automatic validation, but my guess is we're probably still going to want to like fork Dread.js. I don't know for sure, but we're trying it. Oh God, Brainless. Dude, 10 years ago, that would have bricked your system. Ten years ago, that totally would have bricked. Maybe not 10, maybe 15 years ago, that totally would have bricked a Linux system. I almost feel like I've had that happen for a VPS before. Yeah, right, Ty Sweezy? Exactly. And yeah, sourced and sold. And anyone else who's curious about Dread.js, I got a good video explaining it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just saying. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. It's what you saw in the description. Wait. Uh, which description? Sorry. Oh yeah. No, YouTube videos would be massive. I got to start doing that stuff. I'm a little spread thin when it comes to video content. Like, I got to do video stuff for work from time to time, which I haven't done for a while, but I'm gonna need to get back on that horse. But then because I'm doing that stuff for work, it definitely burns me out on wanting to do it for stream or for like YouTube. But yes, honestly, like I should be doing YouTube videos just for myself because that's the best way to grow a stream in general anyway. It's the reason Theo gets 500 people watching him record his YouTube videos like live, you know? It's the reason Prime blew up. Do I think it's because I'm solo deving? I mean, probably, yeah. I can't afford to pay anyone yet, though. I would love to apply to Y Combinator or A16Z or some of those things. Sure. Then I can afford to, like, at least bring on a co-founder or a founding engineer. I could afford to then get some of those other platforms that people ask about, like Twitter or Reddit or whatever. But in general, like video is one of those things where I do not trust AI to build that stuff. I could maybe trust AI to do like product demo stuff, right? So at least doing some of that for the documentation and then just having that stuff findable on YouTube makes a lot of sense for Messijo. For my own thing, I definitely do not want to do AI editing, and I can't afford to pay an editor either. Editing is the main bottleneck. I would probably record way more videos if I wasn't dreading the editing part. Yeah, exactly. Interested in a part-time free contributor. For Messijo, probably not right now. I think it adds a lot of like fuzziness to the ownership. Yeah, sorry. Open screen? Well, I mean, there's also just like skills and things you can use for scripting remotion. And yeah, like some of my coworkers have done some really cool like remotion animations for some of their videos and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this seems really similar to CapCut. So yeah, open screen or CapCut, basically the same idea. This one's cool though. I'll remember it. You can add annotations. Yeah, I think CapCut does a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably still go more with like an ad hoc approach. Oh no, brainless. Ooh. Yeah, that sucks, dude. You wanted to switch OS anyway. There you go. You like the way it moves with the cursor? Yeah. In some cases, something a little more subtle might be nice. I know I've had a lot of people complain about videos where I overdid this kind of like zoom stuff. like for Git cracking especially. All right, so one configured auth scheme not used in the schema. I'm wondering if that's just this part. Or if it's the thing that's in my actual specification. That was it. Okay, so yeah. This works for me. So 84 failures. Oh, add additional properties false to our schema. That's an interesting one. That's probably a good idea. There's a lot of places we're going to have to do that, but it's probably worth it. All right, so get requests we don't have to worry about, but create we do. Ooh. Right, wrong place. Yep. All right. So that's the move there. So create API key, update API key. The auth stuff we don't even put into it, but we should probably just add anyway. So yeah, now we just go through all of our schemas here. It's really only going to be on the requests, not the responses. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, yeah, and this is gonna go quicker than I thought. We don't have that many schemas for requests, which is good. I'm curious why we even have that as a thing, though. I don't think that's actually something we want. Yeah, we'll have to look up where we're actually doing like a create keyword event. So yeah, maybe it's feeling like maybe schema thesis is more of just like a general validator. And then maybe Dread.js would be better for like the proper like stateful kind of stuff. I'm not positive of that, but it's kind of what it's seeming like. Create keyword lens result params. Yeah, I don't see why we need that. And oh yeah. I rebooted. Let's see. Does that do it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I restarted Chrome yesterday. Yeah, no worries, Spooky. Not sure if that's necessary on both, but I don't think it hurts. Okay, so create org params. Oh, and that's response. Org user controller. Oh, that's a response, though. Cool. Stats controller. I don't think there's any params that we send to stats controller. User controller. I don't think there's. Oh, yeah. So create user param. Oh, it's an admin only end. So it's not the end of the world, but okay. That's right. Yeah. So I think that's it. Create keyword event and some of those others, they're admin only. So it's not the end of the world. Update user. This is something that you can do yourself. And the rest is response stuff. And then webhook controller. I don't think there's anything to do there. Perfect. All right. So theoretically, we just hit all of our request params. $84 unique failures. Unique New York. So really, I think the only thing it's actually going to fix is API rejected schema compliant. So that's annoying. That was probably a mistake, going and adding all that to the other params, but better than nothing. And we did get rid of that one error. All right, so then rate limiting. That one's going to be tougher. And which one is this? That should be a 422. Why is it doing that? All right, so this is for creating an org. Why is it trying to send a number? Excuse me. All right. Man, I am yawning. Let's get some tea going. Oh, okay. So they do want you listing all of the 422s. Oh. Okay, so they jam all the schemas into one place. But we don't see the unprocessable entity response schema. Where do we see this being done? Do we have an impl open API in any of my code? We do. Ah, okay. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so if we add that, we need to add the unprocessable entity stuff to anything that we might throw an invalid error at. All right, and we saw that as an example in here. So we need to go in and add this. Oop, to every endpoint that takes parameters, basically. So similar to what we just did with adding the additional properties thing, we got to do this now. And this might be a good use case for some AI bullshit, honestly. Yep, and we'll ignore that. All right, so then, what is in the schema thesis directory? Yeah, I think we git ignore schema thesis, like its directory. That's the gist of it. All right. Do we think we need codecs for this? I don't think we do. Yeah, no worries, Spooky. Yeah, I got some of the best music in this category, at least. Right? In software and game dev. I try to stay humble, but nope, I'm really proud of that. Okay, so we're using GLM 5.2. We're going to do... oh, yeah, we did delete that, though, didn't we? Or no, we've never actually installed it. All right, so OPSX Explorer. We need to add... All right, so we're going to kick off OPSX Explorer, and it should be able to make that change for us instead of the grossness, right? So yes, and sourced and sold, if you're out there, I find that like OpenSpec ends up being like a really good like leveler of the playing field. Like I will use Codex for things that I think need a lot of effort, but once you've like done an open specification, you're kind of like filling in the context that a better model would be like creating on its own, right? So by creating a proper like specification for what you're trying to do and then turning GLM loose on it, I've found really good results. Right? Here it is, going through the list. Has a 422 already. None of them do. So 27 operations with a request body across 13 controllers. There are two different formats across controllers, though. Oh, so there are two that already have it. Yep. So we forgot to add that thing to the public API spec, so that was a mistake. Right? So yes, we want to add 422 responses. Or unprocessable entity responses for get delete. All right, so yeah, here we go. And yeah, this is just like so much like BS that this is a bit of like changes where it's not gonna impact my mental model of the thing. This is just a bunch of BS. And we could have done that with the additional properties thing too, but I think it was worthwhile just going through the additional properties thing just to like assess what we got. Yep. Yeah, I think it cooked. All right. And you don't need a frontier model for this kind of thing. All right. So it's going to create the proposal. I do have to use the restroom. Give me a second. Okay. Ooh, and one more thing. Hold on. I need to rotate the chicken in. Actually, the chicken is submerged enough that it didn't need to be rotated, which is even better. All right, so let's start with a fresh context. One thing I want to do while we're waiting. I've been meaning to tweet and send a thing out here that I've been blowing it on. All right, so what we want to do is that was the end of this album, though. Let's get another one. Should we do something crunchier? Yeah, let's do something crunchier. So I'm speaking at Commit Your Code this year. Yeah, we'll do that. So then, yeah, let me just do it on all the other platforms so we can do the tagging thing. And I have an interesting idea for how Kevin Naughton could do the cross-posting thing. And in fact, let me just double check. All right, so yeah, Twitter, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, wired up right now. Wait, what does a flow do? Okay, so we just set up the syncing between Twitter and Blue Sky. Right, so that syncing doesn't seem to be set up right. I should have set that up. All right, so yeah, we'll do the LinkedIn thing. Did I not copy the image? Well, we'll copy this then. We'll tag him this way. And what's up, Connor? How you doing? Oh, can you just can't copy images like that? Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, I've been meaning to do that for Danny for a while. I'm just blowing it. So at least we got there. Let's look at how the clanker did. All right. All right, so here we go. Rate limit exceeded. No way to actually reach out. That's annoying. All right, so I'm gonna have to share that with Kevin. Let me just send that as a message. Okay. So yeah, did those. Interesting. Okay, so pretty good. Got finished with your most stressful project of your life last week, so you're taking 3 weeks off. Nice. Hell yeah, Connor. Yeah, we are looking through some stuff the Clanker just clanked because this isn't even like logic, it's just a bunch of like boilerplate basically. So we just want to make sure it did the boilerplate part right. Yep. Oh, and music's a little low. I think it's just this album. All right, so it fixed that one. No, I don't use Claude at all. I'm not a big fan of their anti-consumer practices. Like, if I could use the subscription in any tool I wanted, sure. But no, I choose to vote with my wallet. And it's not like Fable's actually that much better, you know? In fact, I think it's actually worse than Codex. Yes, all this looks pretty good. Yep, we had to update that. Yeah, looks great. All right, so then this is -m fix. Yep. It'll probably mostly be co-working because I need to finish up. Now, I'm probably not going to be playing any PoE2 tonight. I have to finish up a work thing. All right, so we do need to get this going. Path of Exile 2. It's like a Diablo 2 clone. Um, I think we knew what you meant. But yeah, Path of Exile 2. It's a Diablo 2 clone with quite possibly the most advanced like skill tree ever seen. Right? All of these are skills that you can like pick as you're like going through the skill tree. Yeah, it's a full-on graph. It's not even just a tree. It's a full-on graph. And it goes pretty crazy. So yeah, there's a lot of like customizability and fun stuff with it. All right, so we did that. We want ./dev. We get the server up and running, and we run schema thesis again. And we see if that solved a bunch of our issues. Okay, Ferryman has sent me 5 messages so far. I'm gonna have to turn it off. Give me a second. Okay, so here it's sending XOO, which means 400 should be the thing. Oh, shit. No, I know what it is. Yeah, we've got to rebuild. So this should be a little better. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Doing anything fun? Okay. Oh, yep. Okay, so we want to disable trace and query. Disable unsupported methods. I forget how to do the multi-match thing. Where are we doing that? Okay, so it's not there. Yeah, we've got a bug in here somewhere. Or not a bug. We have a place where we're doing like the pattern matching on function names. Let's just do this. Brainless, are you out there still? What am I missing here? Yeah, I mean, he bricked his machine, so that's going to be fun. Oh, when method in. Oh, that's actually a better part. Does Elixir allow function overloads like TS style? I'm I'm not sure I'm aware of TypeScript supporting function overloads. I don't think I knew about that. Yeah. Okay, so design patterns. It's actually better than. I mean, there's definitely some other way of doing it that I'm forgetting, and Brainless could tell us. But it's actually better because this is only something that is visible to like a consumer of this function, right? Which is different than Elixir, where it's actually a runtime thing. Right? So Elixir has pattern matching built in, like at the very core of the language, and TypeScript doesn't actually do that. This is just like a polymorphism of this for like a consumer of the function. So it's a slightly different thing. But what we could do here is just make this into method, and then we just do like the when in thing. It works, but I could have sworn there was like another way. All right, so bare minimum, we should be able to fix those issues. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Come on. Any fun plans for the week? Any vacation stuff coming up? Okay. So, Jordy, you're on 8 of 10 weeks of parental leave? Oh, damn. Yeah, Sushi Roll, who was here earlier, who may have left. I know it's getting late over over where they're at, so no worries. But they're also on paternity leave right now. What happened around 9 months ago? Halloween? I guess you're at 8 weeks, so for you it would have been something in September? New Mexico Hot Springs. There you go. Okay, touche, touche. Surprised it worked. Those hot springs kind of like boil the sauce. No, and honestly, if it's a September thing, I almost feel like all June birthdays happen because their parents were just bored during like the rainy days of September. At least back like 40 or 50 years ago. Not much better to do during September. Okay, cool. Unsupported method trace returned to 5 hundo, said Panda. What? Oh, yeah. We forgot to fix that. That's right. Yeah. We changed the name of this. Yep. No, that's on me. Got ahead of myself. Uh. Oh, and we do this at endpoint. That's right. Buy some good USB drives for backup purposes. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. Yep, that sounds about right. Possibly even like an enclosure that you can like hot swap a drive into. Be careful though. Do not ever put APFS. I mean, you don't use Apple, so it's not a problem. But I'm not aware of like there may be other file systems that suck on USB and could fuck up and cause data loss. I had an APFS drive in an external enclosure, and there was some kind of thing that messed up. If I had been on HFS Plus, like, you know, with the journaling, it would have been recoverable. But APFS is very aggressive at clearing up unused space or space that it thinks is unused. So yeah, we had a bunch of data loss. Shit, like 4 or maybe 5 years ago. It's like 4.5 years ago. Okay, so now undocumented HTTP status code. So really, yeah, this is where we're getting into it. I kind of figured 400 would be the issue. Yeah, that makes sense too, Larobi, but this was a drive that was fully connected, like nonstop, like never disconnected. So it was constantly powered. So plug.parsers.parse error. Where would that be happening? CD-ROMs are the best long-term backup medium? No, definitely not, actually. The plastic that the the data layer sits on top of, that plastic actually gets cloudy and unreadable over time. That's true for CD, that's true for DVD. Right? It's such a cheap plastic, especially like burnable CDs. Yeah, hard drive. Technically, the best long-term backup medium is tape. There's a reason banks and the stock market and all that shit, telecom, there's a reason they all still use tape drives for long-term backup. And never underestimate the bandwidth of a station wagon flying down the freeway, stuffed to the brim with tape. It might be low latency, but you cannot beat that bandwidth. Glass. I mean, hard drives are basically glass, aren't they? I guess it's like magnetically charged glass in some way. No, I don't think it's magnetic. I don't know. I don't remember what like the exact mechanism is, but the plates inside of a hard drive are glass. But they're still really prone to environmental things that tape is not prone to. right? There's just like so many moving parts. Stone. We still have the Rosetta Stone. Do we like? There's still data loss on the Rosetta Stone, though, isn't there? I think there's some stuff that's worn off. M-disc optical media. I don't know what M-disc is, but yeah, magnetic tape is like the most cost-effective way to do it. And then if you're just like reading the data and backing it up after, let's say, 15 years, the investment's worth it. But yeah, that statement I made about the bandwidth of the station wagon, there's a reason AWS has a thing called, what is it? Snowmobile? Exabyte scale data migration service. 100 petabytes of data using a ruggedized 45-foot shipping container pulled by a semi-truck. And I guess it's not accessible anymore. They retired the service. But I'm willing to bet there's like third-party contractors that do similar. So the current alternatives, there's Snowball, which is just like a server, right? Don't use up Betamax. I'm putting it all on Laserdisc, man. I mean, just look at the size of it. It's got to have more data, right? It's amazing we haven't found anything better than tape after all these decades. Well, I mean, tape is still like increasing its density. Uh, and I believe tape is actually increasing its density at a rate faster than any other storage medium. Like, I think it still keeps up with Moore's Law. I could be wrong on that. So plug parsers parser. Okay, let me look at where we have plug.parsers actually defined. Right here. Okay, I see. I see how they're doing that. Okay. Does a 422 make sense for this instead? And I think it does. I'm almost positive it does. Oh, 400 is actually the thing. Okay. Does anyone have an opinion about this? It seems to me like 422 makes sense if it's an unprocessable entity, because malformed JSON is unprocessable. So, where's the definition of it? It understands the content type. And the syntax is correct. Oh, okay, so syntax is not correct. Yep, no, so it should be a 400, which means we're going to need to document the 400. All right, so we might turn GLM loose on that. Yep. Okay, so yeah, 400 makes sense to me. And then, yeah, Messijo web plugs catch parsers just goes there. Okay, and indentation's just weird. Yep, all right, perfect. So this is nice, actually. Yeah, schema thesis is validating the spec in a way that Dread just wouldn't, right? But Dread would be more of like integration testing. So yeah, schema thesis is solid. I'm liking it. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good. All right, so then we do still need to add the 400 on top. So yeah, this is a hell of a process, but I think it's actually really necessary. And yeah, it's just like a new thing to learn. I like it. This is feeling really good. Okay, so we do want to maybe prompt it for the BS, right? Because it's a lot of boilerplate we're going to have to do. What we might want to do first is just create a similar schema like we did for the 422. And that lives, hold on, I forget where that lives. Figure that out first. Ah, yeah, it's in here. Yep. So similarly, how we're doing unprocessable entity, we want like bad request as well, right? Oh, and let's align all of these. So yeah. And yeah, I like to do the explore. We have a mixture of responses properties on our schemas that we have responses properties on our schemas that are inconsistent with each other. Some use numbered. Oh, geez, I can't type. Some use numbered keys and others use atoms. We should align on. And yeah, again, GLM 5.2 is more than capable of this kind of like boilerplate BS, right? I think that's the big thing to take away from this. I don't necessarily want to turn any model loose on like the logic that we got on the back end. Maybe once we start having like something wired up to our Sentry exceptions, right? Getting something to create small focused PRs that we can approve. That sounds awesome. I definitely want to wire up one of those kind of fucking like agents, right? But I do not want it taking liberties with like the rest of the code base. Again, I need to understand this code base. We definitely got bugs. We got stuff to fix. JLAM hit at least one or two of them. Command A, delete, solves all bugs. Ah, yeah, design patterns. I see you probably use the Vigil coding language, right? I mean, while that's doing the discovery, we can read this because I think it's fun. So, have you seen Vigil yet? Because this is, spoiler alert, kind of close to that idea. Vigil is a very safe programming language. Many programming languages claim to take testing, contracts, and safety seriously, but only Vigil is truly vigilant about not allowing code that fails to pass programmatic specifications. It's similar to Python with the minor proviso that you must provide a main function, which will be automatically called for you. Infinitely more important than mere syntax and semantics is its addition of supreme moral vigilance. This is similar to contracts, but less legal and more medieval. The implore statement to beseech your needs. So often, a function will require that parameters have certain desirable properties. A function in Vigil can state what it requires by using implore. If a caller fails to provide valid arguments, it is wrong and must be punished. The swear statement, to state what you provide in return. If a good caller meets its obligations, the onus is thus on you to fulfill your end of the bargain. You can state the oaths that you promise to uphold using swear. If a function fails to uphold what it is sworn to do, it is wrong and must be punished. And then it goes without saying that any function that throws an exception which isn't caught is wrong and must be punished. So runtime vigilance. This is where Vigil sets itself apart from weaker languages that lack the courage of their convictions. When a Vigil program is executed, Vigil itself will monitor all oaths, that's implorations and swears, that have been made. If an oath is broken, the offending function, the caller in the case of implore, and the callee in the case of swear, will be duly punished. How? Simple. It'll be deleted from your source code. The only way to ensure your program meets its requirements is to absolutely forbid code that fails to do so. With Vigil, this is all done for you automatically. After enough runs, Vigil promises that all remaining code meets its oaths. So is this serious? Eternal moral vigilance is no laughing matter. But isn't a language that deletes code crazy? No, wanting to keep code that demonstrably has bugs according to its own specifications is crazy. What good could possibly be served by it? It is corrupted and must be cleansed from your code base. Vigil will do this for you automatically. Vigil deleted a function. Won't that cause the functions that call it to fail? Well, it would seem that those functions appear to be corrupted as well. Run Vigil again, and it'll take care of that for you. Several invocations may be required to fully excise all bugs from your code. And honestly, they should have said exercise all bugs from your code. Yeah, it's fucking dope. It's really fun. I like it. Nobody expects the Vigil Inquisition. So yeah, it's a really fun library. Should you actually use it? No. But it does make some fun points about, like, dude, writing buggy code, that's the crazy part, man. Hold on. And let me reply to these things. But first, let's get more music on. We should stick with some crunchy music. That last album was good. And this is a little loud. Yeah, I wish these albums were normalized a little better. But hold on. First, yes, let's look at this. Let's double check it. And I think aligning on atoms is the right way to go, right? And I think we're going to have well-known atoms for all this stuff, so I'm not worried about that. All right, so it looks to me like it's going to create the spec. All right, so while that is going, let's just, you know, do a little bit of the social media thing. All right, there we go. Just got to do the social media thing when you can. Okay, so let's double check. I'd say we're in a good place to apply this spec. Let's start fresh. And Taco Bell invented a good taco, you'd say? Did they? I don't think they invented the Tex-Mex style crunchy taco. I don't know for sure. Ah, okay. Got it. And yeah, no, like when I'm out and about, I want like a solid, authentic carne asada. But if I'm eating tacos at home, honestly, the old El Paso style ground beef is pretty delicious. Like I haven't made them myself at home for a long time, but like, back taco night with the family, it's one of my favorite meals to cut the shit out of my mouth with using those crunchy shells. you know? There's definitely a bunch of different types of food that I really cut the inside of my mouth with. Crunchy tacos are one of them. And I'm okay with it. I also like when I'm doing like authentic carne asada tacos, right? Where it's just onion, cilantro, that's it, right? The meat, onion, cilantro on a nice corn tortilla. When I'm doing that, I'll still do a gringo thing and take some tortilla chips and crunch them up on top. I can't help it. It's actually really good. You should try it one of these days. And it actually takes the place of needing to like salt the meat because the tortilla chips tend to have a bit of salt. If they're restaurant tortilla chips, then, well, yeah, you might need to add some salt. Yep. Yeah, I don't do a good carne asada here at home, but I do a pretty good chicken taco. Right, it's like the authentic style. So, like, I'll get the tortillas in some foil, throw that in the oven. the way I cook the chicken, right? I cut it up first and then throw it in, and I season with, you know, cayenne. I'm going to be doing onion, but maybe some garlic powder. So yeah, cayenne, garlic powder, and paprika. And then, yeah, you just cook that chicken up to where it's just nice and delicious. And then, yeah, make sure you got fresh onion and cilantro. Good to go. That's one that I could easily, I could make for a meal while I'm trying to, lose weight. A meal that I really want to do, that I can't afford the carbs at the moment, right? Is carbonara. Dude, I really like a good carbonara, and I got okay at making my own here at home, but it's definitely way too carb heavy for a weight loss. I can maintain weight while eating it, but I couldn't lose weight while eating it. So we could do it on a cheat day, right? I just tend to do my cheat days on Saturday, but we got gaming, so I don't want to spend a bunch of time cooking on the Saturdays. So instead, the Indian food's a nice, easy cheat meal. And I haven't been brining my chicken when I'm doing just just chicken at home and then salad stuff for low calorie meal stuff. But I just did a brining yesterday of a chicken breast, and it came out perfect. So juicy and awesome. Oh man, yeah. I'm doing that again tonight for dinner. It was just that delicious. And didn't really need much seasoning because I was dipping it in sriracha anyway. So, yeah. I'm considering adding some garlic, granulated garlic, to the brine. That might be a good way to season it while it's thawing and brining. Okay, so it says it did it. All right, so here we go. That's one endpoint. That is two endpoints. Oh, and your surgery went well? Not in pain? Do you have any pain meds that are kind of masking that, maybe? But yeah, that's good to hear, man. God, and I'm totally spacing. I know someone from the Atlanta area asked me if I was going to render ATL. Are you out there? I'm trying to remember who it was. I feel like it was one of the mods, maybe? But I'm just spacing on it right now. But yeah, I think I'm going to render ATL. Yeah, I know you were curious, but you weren't the person that I'm specifically thinking of that asked. I do feel like they had one of those turquoise names. It wasn't FP Jesta. Yeah. No, I don't know. Brain fart. But yeah, I wish I could dox why I'm going to render ATL, but I'm at least getting a free ticket. And I get a hotel room for a night. I'm going to have to extend the stay, obviously, out of my own pocket. Maybe I can show some Get Kraken stuff and have them cover it. Okay. I was wondering what that was, Pro Panda. Every time I read your name, I want to read it as propaganda. For some reason. Refresh the everyday with Mentos. See, I'm a little bummed they're not doing like the Mentos, the Fresh Maker commercials. Those were fun, right? I was a little worried, but thank you for clarifying. I was like wondering where that came from. I'll usually like ask what's up, but yeah. And you've been here before too, right? Like a random drive-by, you know? But yeah, no, you're good. All right, so continuing along, let's just double check all these. Oh, we probably do want to document that better, but that's fine for now. Do we have one that's not saved? I thought we... Messijo Web Open API. Oh. Right. I find it interesting that... Oh, it did pick it up. Got it. We just had it in a different place. Cool. Okay, so next up, yeah, we want to add the controller changes. I don't think we want to do the Open API one yet. Yep. Align responses in schemas to use atoms as keys. Okay, and then so I like OpenSpec. I don't actually need it to persist its specifications and like read from them for future stuff. I actually just like it for the explore and then creating a proposal and then handing that proposal to a fresh context. We could probably write our own skill for that if we really wanted. But yeah, now we need to do another thing. So, yep. Here we go, pi. And then OPSX Explore. And this is going to be another just like copy and pasty kind of thing that's going to happen in all of the controllers, basically. I do wish there was maybe a cleaner way of doing this, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a problem. So yeah, OPSX Explore. We need to add 400 bad request responses as references to all for all request body schemas. All right, so it's going to go and explore the code base again, and this is going to be just, a bunch of boilerplate, but at least we don't have to do it by hand. And I think, yeah, this is what AI is really fucking good at, in my opinion. I don't need it to think for me. I just need it to do the repetitive bullshit that I don't really want to do. All right, so let's see what it's trying to do here. Should the bad request schema be enriched? Hmm. All right, one, we should probably update the plain text responses to be objects. Right, so then number two, And then number 3 here. Output will inherit the bad requests responses. Okay, so cool. Just double checking some of the BS. Let's pour some more tea. What time is it? Damn, it's already 6 o'clock. We can't go too late tonight, but I don't know. I'd say I want to get to a good stopping point, something that I can, like, stew on with the diffuse thought process. So we're going to let this continue along, right? We're going to keep plugging away at the schema thesis issues that are pointed out to us, which I think is awesome. Like, dude, schema thesis is nailing it because Dread never reported errors like this to me, right? Like the query, the trace thing, like the missing or undocumented error response codes. So yeah, pretty solid. I think at this point we may still use Dread, but it's only going to be an integration test rather than being like the source of truth for, like linting and validating our open API specification. Okay, so let's double check. What tea? It's still just the Taylor's of Harrogate Earl Grey. I got a whole new box of it because yeah, I think this one is quite good. I wouldn't mind getting more of the I think it was Harney and Sons. That was also a good one, but yeah, this tastes like extra clean, And I don't know, there's a lot of right, they're part of the Ethical Tea Partnership. It's a brand of Britain. I don't know what that means. But yeah, Taylor's of Harrogate. Quite good. You love Earl Grey? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to be careful of Earl Grey because the bergamot can. There's something in the bergamot oil that can cause, I believe, kidney stones or gallstones. I forget which. Neither one is something you actually want to experience. So yeah, overdoing Earl Grey could be pretty brutal. So in that case, like instead of Earl Grey, which has the bergamot oil, you could just go with a black tea, and then you're basically there. Okay, so part 1, yes. Part 2, convert the plain text, yes. Part 3 stays that way. The side observation, currently 2 different JSON shapes for 400 responses in the code base. Regarding the controller business logic, all right, so then once it's got this, we'll turn that into a proposal and then let it work, and then we'll validate. And it is 6 o'clock. Like, I've been really good about the whiskeys, right? I think yesterday I think I just had the one yesterday. Yep. Saturday, we did all right. Like, trying to cut down, and it's a lot easier without Coca-Colas. But we could have one today, maybe 2. I think now's a good time to do so, right? While it's clanking along. One slight wrinkle. Uh-oh. Is it a wrinkle in time? Okay, so no, that's fine. Yes, create a proposal. The 403, uh, All right, so it's gonna spin up and create a proposal for this change. Let me rinse out this glass because ew. And I'll use the restroom and I will be right back. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. I thought this song was the last on the album. We're good. Ooh, and yeah, Bedtime Bear gave me a gifted whiskey for my birthday, which is still down in my car, but I'll need to go grab that eventually, not today. So we'll try that one out because it's an interesting one. But we're gonna keep sipping on what we got at hand. Eh, yeah, we'll do the red breast. All right, since we're probably only planning on having one of these today, might as well finish off the red breast, which is a solid Irish whiskey. I'm gonna water it down, have something to sip on a bit. Didn't need to be watered down nearly as much as like the 100 proof other stuff we got, but yeah. All right, so now we got the spec created. All right, so that's going to kick off and do the work there. Yeah, yeah, that's a good whiskey, man. And okay, so while this is kicking, we got some time. I think that's actually the nice part. When we got a model churning on some boilerplate, we get a chance to chat. Anyone building anything fun or any fun like learnings to share from something they've done lately? Like this schema thesis thing for me is awesome. I'm quite liking it. Oh, and yeah. Yeah, there's some stuff I need to do for, and man, I'm forgetting. It's like the agentic platform or something like that. Is that the name of it that Zephyr Cloud is doing? I don't know if I can dox too much about it, but yeah, Zephyr Cloud does some cool stuff. And there's like a platform thing they're building. Oh, the AI platform is what they call it. So yeah, this is like a thing you would run locally that does some stuff. And I haven't used it that much, but yeah, like we should be getting Get Kraken into this platform for sure. But yeah, seems pretty cool. And the people behind it are awesome, right? Shashi Low works there. Um, Zach Chappell, the CEO, I think, super cool dude. Um, why am I spacing on his name? He's been here a bunch. Oh, he's gonna be so bummed I'm forgetting. Hold on, I can find this. We have the technology. Right? Like they're just a cool company, you know? Cool people. Once I see his name, I'll know. But man. Oh wait, I know where I can find it. I want to say it's Brandon something. No, it's Shane. Damn it. Sorry, Shane. Yeah, Shane's a cool dude too. Samsonite. I was way off. Okay, so theoretically, tasks done. Let's look at it. All right, so we're making the reference to bad request here. They're putting it between, like, they're putting it higher than unprocessable entity. I'm not worried about it. I think it's fine. Technically, the order of the responses should be the order in which we expect to send them, right? And I'm kind of expecting that like unprocessable entity is going to be a more common one, but I'm not worried about it. I think especially like if we just do it in the order in which like the numbers go, that's probably like the better way anyway. And that's most likely what the clanker did here. Yep. 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 So yeah, see what I'm saying? Like it's just so much like repetitive stuff here that this is exactly what we should be using AI for. Like 100%. Like this is the most applicable use case of just throwing a clanker at it, right? Yep, that works for me. Yep. All right. And then, yeah, we can add this in too. Perfect. I'd say it's a fix. Add bad request responses to schemas. All right, we don't want to push yet. All right, so now that we've done all that, we want to rebuild the public SDK or the public API spec. This is the last song on the album, so let's skip that. And let's continue with some of the crunch. Like this one. Yeah. All right, so now we got that running dev.sh. Get that up, and let's rerun the schematosis thing. Schemathesis, not schematosis. I'm going to be making that mistake forever. I just got to be careful if I end up giving like a presentation about it, that I don't make that mistake while doing so. That would not be ideal. All right, so now what? Oh, no route error at put. We should probably support put. So I'd say this is another issue. Or should we? Should we disallow put? Because technically, put would require like the entire payload. And we're allowing update stuff to be patched. Let's look at an example and see how much we actually care about that. Ooh, and hold on, quick question, right? We tried a fun new game yesterday. It's shit. It's on Xbox Game Pass. I forgot the name of it. It reminds me a lot of like it's almost like an MMO, but it's like single player and you can like bring people in for sessions and stuff. For some reason, it reminded me of. There's another game that came out that's like a Western game that's similar. This one I'm thinking of was like an Eastern RPG, right? So it's like it's set in like a fictional, like Japanese kind of environment, right? It was like Winds of something. Where Winds Meet. Yeah, Where Winds Meet. That's it. So Where Winds Meet. It's free on Xbox Game Pass right now. It's a large download. Um, but yeah, okay, so it's Chinese. Sorry, not Japanese. Yeah, my mistake. But oh, is it a free to play game? Oh, so that's why it's free on Game Pass. But it's quite fun actually. Like it was good. I was having some like stuttering issues, and it's one of those games that the scope is so large that it's a little like tough to figure out what you need to do. But it's pretty fun. I'd throw it out there as a thing if you're looking for a game that's like an MMO, but you don't have to deal with other people if you don't want. But then what was the other game that just came out recently that is like a Western kind of game like that, where like the scope of it is so large and there's like too much stuff to do? Anyone remember? I remember Zeeg, the dude from Sentry, tweeted about it at one point. This one. Oh, this is totally it. Crimson Desert. That's the one. Yeah, it reminds me of just like an Eastern version of Crimson Desert. So if you liked Crimson Desert, you'll probably like Where Winds Meet. And then yeah, there's this post, right? It's a bad game, and I'm tired of people. Blah 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 blah. Whatever, buddy. I'm waiting for it to go on sale, right? I think this is just the rant of a person that paid full price. you know, if it goes on sale for like 20 or 30 bucks, I'm in. Why not? But I got to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 first. So yeah, still coming back to this. Let's find an endpoint. Where we're doing an update. Like maybe keyword. Let's find the update thing and let's see like what's required versus what isn't. Okay, so here's actually the thing. I don't think we support patch. I think all of our stuff is actually put based. Yeah, if we're requiring everything, these are not patches. So instead, put is what we should be doing. Let's go look at the router and we'll see what endpoints we might be falsely saying support patch requests. Right? Show, update, delete. Sure. Show, update, delete. Okay, so this is actually a config problem because update theoretically accepts all, but we're only allowing put at the moment. I think patch is actually a better pattern, but we're just not set up for it, especially with the way that we are like validating by using the OpenAPI spec as a source of truth. So how do we get to a point where yeah, how do we get to a point where or how do we just disable patch at the moment? We can close a few of these tabs. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And dude, schema thesis, I am quite liking it. Just this validation is really nice. Oh, and for the DocDuck thing, let me message someone. Well, let me look at it this way. Does he have a good way of reporting feedback within the application? I don't see a so that is an interesting thing. Okay. Let me message this person about it. Right. So first, right. So like he has this thing that's a tool for giving feedback about documentation, but his app doesn't have a good way of giving feedback, which is just kind of like funnily ironic. And again, it's a startup and he's working on it. So no big deal. And then hold on, let me just go look. Duck. And yes, there's other stuff. But this. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope. All right, and I don't see any way to change that within the org. I just want to double check that. Are you talking tobacco? I think I tried smoking a clove when I was like young at one point because people were like, "Oh, it's like smoking weed," and this is back before weed was legal in Washington. I think I tried a cigarette at one point, maybe too, like back then, and then there have been times. I want to say it's probably been like 10 years, but there have been times like 10 years ago or so where I didn't have any weed to smoke and I saw people smoking a cigarette and I had enough whiskey in me that I was like, give me that thing, and took a hit off the cigarette and then like hacked a lung up. But that's about it. It's just not for me. I did it, and this is like probably over 15 years ago at this point. At one point, I tried a mole, and a mole is in a bong. You do like a half and half of weed and like tobacco, and that was awful too. Ugh, gross. Granick, you know I do. Come on, man. You know I do. Yeah. All right. So yeah, the Duck thing I think could be a little better, but you know that's the nature of startups. Nothing's ever perfect. All right. So what's the right way to disable patch? Right. And we can just ask Google this one. Oh. I wonder if that's for other endpoints too. It is. Orgs quotas. I don't care about indica versus sativa. Yeah, granted, I mean, if you smoke enough weed, it just doesn't matter. The people that pretend they can tell the difference are funny to me. And also, mainly in general, there are very few pure sativas you're going to get. All right. All right. So we're getting a 404. What is the name of it? Phoenix.router.no route error. And Bob, this song is a little dubstep like. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, this seems like more effort than we wanted. I'm not sure if I like the way this is telling us to fix this. Hey, what's up, H. Mendoza? How you So even if we did the hacks that they're recommending, what's up, Vigorge? How you doing? Hmm. Is the API built yet? I mean, the app's already public, but we're still validating the public API. Sorry for the yawn. So let's go look at it. Notification controller is at least the thing we were just looking at, right? So creating a notification, sure. What about updating a notification? Here we go. So we see operation update. Is what a God file? Are you talking about the router that we were just looking at? Or are you talking about this controller? Why would you call that a God file? And when you say states, what do you mean by states? It does all the states for one entity. Yeah. Why would you split that shit up? That's a terrible idea. I think you're misusing God file in that context. Okay, so theoretically that's going to work. Let's double check it. All right, so yeah, we're at a good place to make that kind of change. All right, and then the place that they want to put that is in here. Right. Okay. Then we add it last. All right, so in the router at line 36 is where we're running into that issue. I don't think that's actually the problem, though. Oh. Conflicting resources import. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we just tell it not to use that. And did I miss that, or did they just not have that earlier? Yeah, they just didn't have it earlier. Do we have any resources? 3 routes. That I don't know. Resources without a do block. Okay, okay. I see where the do block part's happening now. All right. So yeah, this is where Gemini is just blowing it now. Aha. Yeah, so what they had didn't account for nested stuff. So if we do it at the router level now, oh yeah, and then we're missing this part. Oh. Let's just make sure it works first. And what up, 646? How you doing? Yeah. So then we map over and do verb there. And then it blends perfectly. All right. All right, let's try and run that and see what happens. So then, found out today you could use Claude headless and capture the stream. It's got total cost. When you say use Claude headless, what do you mean by that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Oh, Claude-P? Oh, okay. Yeah. No UI. Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, Claude-P is all right. And I think maybe that's the way that things are wiring up to the ACP with it. So basically, any like tool like T3 code or Kepler from GitKraken or other stuff, I believe, is using Claude-P, but I could be wrong. Okay, so now what do we got? So wait a minute. What? API orgs thing quotas. All right, so it is 7 o'clock, and I do have a bunch of work to do tonight. I also stayed up way too late last night, so I'm probably going to try and get an early one tonight. But as far as leaving off goes, but yeah, there's something weird there. I don't understand why it would be trying to do that. It shouldn't be in the OpenAPI spec. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that's the part we're gonna pick back up on tomorrow. Who is streaming right now? Um, I think I see a stream I haven't seen before. Just double checking, seeing if there's other streams to check out. Yeah, let's check this one out. Analyzing data with AI. Could be fun. I don't think we've rated the stream before. All right, so yeah, we're gonna head into a stream called AIB Engineering. Analyzing data with AI, beginner friendly. That sounds kind of fun, right? Yeah, let's go see what's up. I'll be over on the gaming channel tonight, but it won't be gaming. We'll just be co-working. I'll probably do some cooking because I need some food. And then we're going to be co-working while I endeavor to finish up this like analysis PDF for GitBench stuff. And yeah, tomorrow we may actually even have a clanker churning along and trying to fix some of the UI stuff that we need fixed. So let's go say hi to AIB Engineering. Let's bid farewell to Twitter and YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. And we're going to go say hi to AIB Engineering.